for giving us the gift to know your divine will and to implement it here in our government so that we can have equitable and just laws that affect all citizens equally. We mighty name.
Amen. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, folks. Roll call, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for September 10th, 2024. Senator French,
Here.
Senator Hicks,
Here.
Senator Ide,
Here.
Senator Kolb,
Present.
Senator Larson,
Here.
Representative Alaman,
Present.
Representative Allred,
Here.
Representative Banks,
Here.
Representative Conrad,
Excuse.
Representative Crago,
Here.
Representative Davis,
Here.
Representative Slagle,
Present.
Representative Winter,
Here.
Co-Chairman Steinmetz,
Here.
Chairman Eklund.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Could we have a motion for approval of the last meeting's minutes?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Senator. Second, Steinmetz, Chairman Steinmetz. Any discussion on the minutes? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you, committee. Anyone in attendance, would you sign in on the piece of paper so we know you were here? And the first item for discussion is going to be the Wild Horse Working Group and the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan and an update there. So can't hear me. I'm sorry. Okay. So LSO, go ahead when you're ready on the working group and the management plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Bill 5 from the 2022 session. It was enacted. This particular statute hasn't been utilized yet. What it takes is for the governor to make a motion to OSLI to ask for reimbursement from the federal government regarding lost wild horse forage and things like that. There are definitions on pages 1 and 2, and then beginning on page 2 in subsection C, if the governor determines that the Bureau of Land Management has failed or refused to remove wild horses from a herd management area from private land, the governor shall order OSLI to provide annual notice to the Secretary of the Interior or the Secretary of Agriculture of grazing costs for those horses and a request for reimbursement of those costs. To determine costs incurred, OSLI shall determine the percentage of total area consisting of affected non-federal land and calculate the annual animal unit month amount of forage consumed by wild horses on that land. And then in D on page 3, any monetary reimbursement received from the federal government shall be deposited with the state treasurer and will be credited first to the municipality or county that was affected by the forage consumed by wild horses. In E on page 3, the attorney general may seek a writ of mandamus or take other appropriate action to compel the BLM or Forest Service to take action to remove excess wild horses from non-federal lands. And then in F on page 4, the governor is authorized to coordinate with state, local, and federal agencies to manage wild horses in the state. And then on page 5, there was an appropriation dollars to implement the act. And apparently that amount reverted on June 30th of 2023. The governor was also ordered to report to Joint Agriculture regarding expenditures, cooperative agreements, and projects made pursuant to this act. And I would take any questions.
Committee questions? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, I didn't have time to look it up, but what is a writ of mandamus?
Anna, when you're
So,
ready, go ahead.
Chairman Steinmetz, that basically is just a way for the Attorney General to compel the BLM to act.
It's more of a request than something with very heavy teeth in it.
Right.
Correct. Okay. Any other questions? We'll open discussion with the public. Anybody who'd like to speak on this can come forward, probably BLM first if you'd like to.
Welcome.
Yeah, go ahead. Well,
Let's do the BLM first and then public
yeah,
after.
I
That way,
think,
if they want to see something about what they say, they can.
yeah, go ahead. BLM first.
Good morning, Chairman Eklund, Chairman Steinmetz. Thank you for having us here this morning. First, I'd like to thank you for switching the agenda up so that we could cover both of our topics today since we're unable to be here tomorrow. I'll go ahead and start with the Wild Horse and Burro comments and then take questions from there. So during 2024, the BLM completed 3 wild horse gathers in Wyoming. The McCullough Peaks gather was completed in March. This bait trap gather removed 40 horses from the herd management area and returned to the HMA to its appropriate management level of 140 horses. The Northlander Complex gather, which included the Conant Creek, Dishpan Butte, Muskrat Basin, and Rock Creek Mountain herd management areas, was completed in July. The BLM gathered 2,577 animals during the gather. The BLM will be treating approximately 58 mares with Gonacon, releasing a total of about 118 animals back to the HMA, and that will set them HMA to a current population of about 350 horses, well within the AML range of 320 to 536 animals. Finally, the BLM completed the White Mountain Gather near Rock Springs in August. The BLM removed 586 animals from that herd management area, which brought the population down near the low AML of 205 horses. BLM Wyoming has placed 335 animals into private care in support of these on-range accomplishments in fiscal year 24. The BLM currently has 5,055 animals being cared for in off-range facilities in Wyoming. And at this point, I'll take any questions.
Committee questions? Chairman Steinmetz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered what, if you could remind us, because we had a nice tour of that facility when we were in Rock Springs. So as far as the horses you've removed, where do they go? I mean, obviously, we can't adopt them all out. We have no slaughter facilities now. Where do they go and what is the cost per horse per year to the taxpaying public?
Chairman Steinmetz, thank you for the question. So the horses go to a couple different facilities in Wyoming. So the ones that were gathered at the White Mountain Gather, they went to the Rock Springs holding facility. The ones that were gathered at the Northlander Gather, they went to the Wheatland facility as it's much larger and we gathered a lot more horses there. I don't know and cannot remember the exact cost per horse, but we will get you that. Or do you have it, Brad? I'm going to ask. Thank you. Thank you. It says each animal placed into private care saves taxpayers approximately $22,500 in what would otherwise be spent to provide lifetime care for the animal. So it looks like we haven't broken it down by year, but it's about $22,500 per horse, which is why we really do try to push our adoption programs. But you heard we have 5,000 in holding and we were able to adopt out 335 horses this year. Thank you.
Senator Ide, go ahead when you're ready. Yeah, pull it. Yeah, pull it real, there you go.
First one is, the flat cutter chair. And that's one, some different land lease rates on Wyoming trust lands, and can you find how that three times
There you
is calculated? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ide, Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'll split the two questions because I can't really answer the second question since it's not our proposed legislation and I don't have that information, but private care is defined essentially as private individuals who are willing to adopt out one of BLM's horses, whether it's at one of our online corrals, at an auction, or, just showing up, and, asking to purchase and adopt a horse. So that's what we call private care. I'm not prepared, or nor am I familiar with the section in the proposed legislation that you're referencing. I apologize.
So committee, I think the trick to this PA system is, so when you talk, get crowd in close. Thank you. Any more? All right. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a good work by the Bureau of Land Management. This is long overdue and we appreciate getting these horse herds back to AML. But as you know, typically it only takes 3 years to double. Average reproduction rate bar any bad winters is about 30. So in 3 years, we're going to double these populations, which is for almost every one of these herd units, puts them back over AML. So we congratulate and support the BLM in their efforts to get them down into AML. But historically, and somebody that lives in the middle of some of the wild horse herds and represents a significant, the issue has always been maintenance. And we should never get to these levels. And so can you provide us a little insight as to what is the maintenance, AKA plan? I hope it's not 3 years out when we get back to triple, or we double the population again and we're over AML. So is there a plan, and what do you see as far as actions? And the other side of this is when we do these gathers of these magnitudes, it really does provide what I think is a lot of ammunition for the wild horse advocates that really don't care about the rangeland or the wildlife habitat or the economic impact, because they see these really broad numbers. And it just seems to me that we'd be much better off to have a routine maintenance program where we periodically on either every other year go out and maintain these. But is there any plan that you're aware of, or you can provide us that says for these herd units, when's the next gather planned to keep these horses at AML? Is there a plan? And can you share that with us?
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Chairman, Co-Chairwoman. I guess, first of all, let me say we agree with you that it would be great if we could have routine, constant gathers and we're able to accomplish that. We unfortunately are not funded for that. So as of right now, we don't know when the next gathers on those particular herd management areas will occur. We do have some others that we are working to get scheduled for the next fiscal year. As I think all of you are aware, we, agency has, a limited on how many gathers they can do per year. And then we're also limited on the amount of holding. So the schedule is really planned at a national level based on needs across the system, and where we have holding and where we need to do gathers. And so it kind of, it rotates around from state to state. I know that BLM is seeking to try to do, get additional funding to do over 10 years, gather 20,000 horses a year, because we've shown that we would be able to get to AML and then start using other methods to help keep us at AML. I do not believe we have received the funding for that at this point. So right now we are looking at, what funding we get for FY 25, and this is the national program, the funding that we get for FY 25, and then they have to plan gathers accordingly based on how much funding we receive and where we have space to put animals in holding. So I guess the short answer to your question is that there's not currently a plan. We don't know when the next gather will be on those specific areas we gathered this year, but we are going to continue to try to push to gather somewhere every or somewhere in Wyoming every year. And then the only other thing, I think our data shows they double in size every 4 years, but I mean, it's hard to say, right? 3 or 4, it's pretty rapid. We agree with you. So I think we would also like to see, we would also like to be in a situation where we could increase our gather rate, but unfortunately we're not there.
Madam Chairman, if I can follow up with that.
Go ahead.
With that
Senator.
question. So you just identified what the major problem is. And so until we address that issue of having a programmatic, so when I look at this, one of the things that we've often run into is just the capacity of holding facilities. And this has gone on for how long? 2 decades now, which actually dictates the gather schedule. So, you know, where is the interior and the BLM as far as discussions with Congress about the need to actually construct and operate more holding facilities, because that's the bottleneck, at least from my perspective of watching this. So it's one thing to get money together, but if you can't take them any place, you can't gather. The other thing is just the way that we've been conducting businesses through. Each one of these is done through their own separate NEPA action. Every time there's a gather, it goes out. So has there ever been any thought process to do a condition-based or programmatic level of NEPA associated with, to get back to this maintenance thing? So you are not gridlocked and end up in litigation in court over and over if we had a programmatic type of NEPA document that could be done and just say, we're going to maintain these at AM. We're going to do periodic gathers to do that versus this every single time. We haven't learned that we're doing the same process over and over again. So 2 questions. Is it in your budget request to construct additional holding facilities? And number 2, why have we not considered doing some type of condition-based or programmatic NEPA associated with maintenance of these wild horse populations to keep them in AML?
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Chairman, Chairwoman.
Go ahead.
I can't speak specifically to what is in the BLM budget request. I mean, that is managed out of our headquarters budget office. I know there is a wild horse and burrow task force. The multiple state directors, including our state director, Andrew Archuleta, the state director of Nevada, so the 2 states with the largest herds, and multiple other people that are working on putting together, you know, or already have together white paper justification showing exactly what you're pointing out is we need additional holding, we need additional tools in our toolbox to be able to move horses into private care. And so I know that, and they are showing the amount that, you know, would take every year if we're going to gather 20,000 horses, try to adopt out 10,000 horses and add holding facilities. These are the amounts. So I think there are people working on the budget and putting that together. I cannot speak to whether or not that has been transmitted to Congress. I'm assuming that is the end goal if it hasn't already happened. Being actively worked on. And we could find out if something's been transmitted to Congress. We could ask the headquarters budget office and ask if that's happened. And second question regarding NEPA, I think, you know, again, having all the tools in our toolbox, a programmatic EIS or EA probably would be a tool we could use. I think one challenge I would foresee there is it would probably end up in larger litigation for a longer period of time. And I would hate to see us be completely on hold to do any gathers versus if we're doing individually, like for instance, we did not get any land litigation on the Northlander gather, which was fantastic. So, and that was our largest gather. So we were able to go out and gather versus if we have a larger programmatic one, I think there would be a lot more legal challenges that could essentially hold us up for multiple years, which would put us in a larger, a much larger challenge, I guess, more challenging situation. So I don't think it would be off the table, but I don't know that that tool is available to us right now. And I think we're just going to continue as we know we're going to get funding and push our NEPA. That's part of how we use it to get funding too, is we'll do NEPA for a certain area. And then we can kind of start being like, hey, 25, 26, can we get funding for this gather because our NEPA is done. So we use it as a tool to kind of stay on the priority list.
Mr. Chairman, so one more follow-up. So I guess what I heard you say is number one, you will convey this to the state director that we need to include additional holding facilities as part of the request. So that would be something that would come out of hopefully the state director would recommend that back to the Wild Horse and Burro Working Group, that we also need to look at our request for Congress for the upcoming. So if we could do that. So, and on the issue of understanding the delayed litigation associated with NEPA. So right now, if we started a programmatic EIS to maintain these hordes at AML, you're not going to gather for 4 more years anyway. You have 4 years to get this programmatic NEPA done and get through the litigation, because the normal cycle is 4 to 5 years before we're going to get back because of all these other constraints. And so, you know, it's the same, it's the old saying that, you know, if you're going to do a journey of 1,000 miles, you start with the first step. And the fact is historically, we know that it's probably going to be 3 to 4 years before we're back doing any gather. So the idea that we could get ahead of the litigation and be, you know, instead of wait 4 years and then initiate a NEPA action and then delay that because of the court action, then we're 5 years away from the gather. So I advance that the prevailing argument is we're not going to change the way we do NEPA because of litigation. We've got plenty of time under your normal cycle to prepare and do that. So that's just my thoughts. That was, Mr. Chairman, that was an editorial statement and not a question. I do
Okay.
want an answer though on a question is this, that you will take this request to look at additional holding facilities back from this committee as a request that would be something submitted by the state of Wyoming through our representatives on that Wild Horse and Burro Working Group to look at also including requests for additional holding facilities in the budget.
So we have a little bit of house cleaning. I usually write your name down when I start and we don't have it.
I'm
So
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, let me
For the record,
start by, I just jumped right in. Let me start by introducing myself and my coworker here. My name is Chris Kirby. I'm the Associate State Director for BLM Wyoming. And here today with me is Brad Purdy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Brad Purdy. I'm the Deputy State Director of Communications.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. Like I said, I just jumped right in. So
All right. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna Khan, and I see you referenced one area. Is it used throughout the state? And what kind of a percentage do you use it on the mares?
Chairman, Chairwoman, thank you, Senator Larson. GonaCon, we use it, across all of our HMA areas. I don't know the percentage that we use it. I think it depends based on the herd. So what our Wild Horse and Burro specialists do, especially so after we gathered at Northlander, they figured out, okay, then they went out and flew it a couple days and surveyed the herd and figured out what was left and how many they could put back out on the range, how many sterilized mares they could put back out on the range. I shouldn't say sterilized, mares that have received fertility control. They're not really sterilized. So we figure out per herd how many we can put back out on the range based on how many we've gathered, how many are currently out there. So the percentage changes based on the conditions for each herd. And if possible, can I answer Senator Hicks' question from earlier?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll come back. Dan.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is it effective for more than 1 year, or is it just a 1 year effectiveness, I guess?
Yes,
Chairman,
go
Chairwoman,
ahead.
Senator Larson, there are some methods, GonaCon, there was a method called PZP that we don't even use anymore because we've had our Wild Horse and Burro specialists sterilize a mare and they kind of put a brand on them and literally they'll see her 3 months later pregnant, right? So we've removed that from the toolbox. GonaCon though is showing a longer term effectiveness. I don't know the length of it. And I think it depends on the mare, it depends on the condition, et cetera. But GonaCon is showing that, maybe at least a year, if not longer. So it's showing more effectiveness. There's some other methods we're trying as well, including IUDs, that if the mare is not pregnant, which is hard to tell sometimes if she's initially pregnant, IUDs are showing to be the most effective method. but there's a lot of things that have to go into figuring out whether or not one can be implanted in a mare. So
Okay. First, we're going to let Ms. Kirby address Senator Hicks' final question. And
thank you. Senator Hicks, I guess, one thing I wanted to talk about, I want to clarify when we're gathering, we are going to continue to gather every year. I apologize, I didn't clarify that. We're not gathering at North Lander or White Mountain next year, but we are going to gather at other areas. So every year we are trying to do a gather, and that's where I was referencing the individual NEPA helps us do that. So we will be gathering in 25. We're pushing to gather in 26, 27, just those herd areas where we just gathered. We're not going to probably get approval for a few years. So I apologize for not clearly stating that, but we are planning on doing gathers. And we try to actively compete for gathers every year. So, and then the second question you brought up regarding, will we bring us back to the state director on holding? I mean, yes, we will bring it back as a conversation piece. However, the state director has already brought that forward as part of the task force. I mean, this is one of the big things that him and his counterpart in Nevada are pushing for is we need to increase the whole across the entire system so that we can do more gathers, bring in more horses and move horses, get them out east because the adoption market is much larger. So thank you for the question.
how many herds and gathers are there in total in Wyoming?
Oh, in
I don't
Wyoming.
think you've mentioned that.
I'm going to refer that to Mr. Purdy because I believe he knows.
And then I believe on 2025, the gathers that would be part of the Rock Springs Wild Horse, the Rock Springs and Rollins Wild Horse RMP amendment that happened years ago. And then we're looking to implement those gathers in 2025, funding and holding to being able to do that.
Okay. Well, my cowboy math is telling me that taking care of 2 herds this year, and you'll take care of 2 next year. And by the time you do there, whatever it'll be, I'm off. It's about 2 herds a year. 8 herds. So I think if there's a way of telling your superiors that the actual gathers have to be stepped up somewhat, especially maintain a herd size that we believe is acceptable. We can't, this isn't sustainable, is what I'm saying.
We agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely agree with you. And I think that's why the wild horse we're making points.
Okay. Senator Larson, were you finished? You are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for the comment on sustainable, whatever it is. I can't hardly help myself, but horse. I'd like to know the total number if you have that and how that ranges over the years, but it's so unsustainable. I mean, we're spending with this project here. Our federal government now is these programs that, I mean, this horse welfare, essentially, frog in my throat. It's something's got to change. I mean, we talk about all of this and the cost of it and the AMLs. We're complicit in enslaving our children and our grandchildren with debt that Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Go
Chairman,
ahead.
Chairwoman. Senator I thank you for the question. The Wild Horse and Burrow Act gives us permissions, a variety of issues, and some of those things have been and taken off the table for us due to the budget riders that get to our toolbox and figure out a way to start spending less and get more task force. That those are some of the things they are also working. Obviously, we can't directly lobby to, these things are communicated as kind of through those appropriate which
Chairman, and we kind of were short on thank you also for the updates that you've been calling and providing. And as things move along, a lot of times before we get a press release, we'll get a call from you. And I want to let you know how much I with that, I think what we're all struggling to grasp is, is anyone even talking about a long-term and I think you're probably aware of that. So I should well,
the sale authority. And I'm going to actually ask Mr. Purdy to comment further on anything I might have missed.
No, yeah, Chris got all that was correct. I'll just quickly add, part of the NEPA analysis for the Northlander complex, which did include 4 different herd management areas. It was a 10-year plan that did include some more aggressive, whether it be spading and neutering, that was included. That did not occur during this gather, but that is something that was part of that NEPA analysis. So, even when we're doing, individual gathers like in Northlander, when we're on the complex, again, 4 different herd management areas, we are trying to, advance some of those ideas, and we are trying to take a longer term holistic look through the NEPA analysis at some of these HMAs. So.
Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just sitting here thinking about this and you're running direct competition with the domesticated horses that exist in the US, retired race horses, retired roping horses and things like that. How many horses are you running in competition with trying to seek this market, this adoption market? I mean, from the racing industry, horses are being given away. So how can you compete with that quality of a horse with the feral horse is my question. You've got to think outside the box. You can't compete with the horses that are in the industry right now. I don't see how, you list that you adopted 335 animals. I'll bet you that many thoroughbreds given away every year. So I don't see where you've got to come up with, as the senators and the questions have said, we've got to think outside this box, get a new box or something, but what your boxes you're in, it's not good. It's not working.
Okay. Sorry, I'll get to you. Representative Alderman, you still have a question there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I sit here and look at this, folks, we've got a big problem. We're spending $22,000 per horse. Our grandchildren cannot afford that. The ranchers that these horses are in direct competition with, we cannot afford that. We cannot afford to watch these horses inhumanely die in these overpopulated areas. And we cannot afford the destruction that they're doing to our rangelands. And what my question is the people who are making these rules and regulations, have they toured these areas and seen the devastation that has actually happened, the inhumane that the United States government is giving these horses? Has this been seen by the people making these decisions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Chairwoman. Thank you, Representative Alamond. We are willing to give anyone a tour anytime that they would like to see it. So if we get those requests, we're absolutely willing to honor those requests. I can't speak to, which congressional delegations have toured where. I'm assuming the Wyoming and Nevada congressional delegations get very involved. I mean, Nevada has a bigger problem than Wyoming. Ours is the second largest problem. But I can't speak to whether or not they've personally toured, but we're happy to host anyone that's interested in touring. Mr. Purdy.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr. Purdy.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We often do tours with, whether it be national contracting folks. We've done tours with OMB. We've done tours, with the solicitor's office. I can't think of a recent tour we've done with a member of the congressional delegation, but it's very, very hard for me to think that those folks aren't fully aware of the situation. And, as as Chris has mentioned, you know, we're bound by the laws passed by Congress, signed by the president. That's sort of that box that we operate in.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what you're telling me is, to your understanding, you don't know of anybody who are making these rules who's been to see the devastation that their rules are causing. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. To my knowledge, no, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been out there.
Okay, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just first off, I want to just say, I don't want to shoot the messenger. If I thought you folks had the direct control over making these changes, then maybe I'd have a different opinion. Well, tell if things on or off. My question is this, I am confused though, because traditionally, you know, you've been allowed to do things through Chevron deference as an agency. And so it doesn't always come from Congress. I mean, I understand. That's what I want to hear, is there congressional action, not you folks deciding you made a new rule and you're going to do a new thing. So it's always really unclear to me on where this is coming from, because you use those two terms synonymously sometimes between congressional action and the Wild Horse and Burros Act. I guess at the end of the day, though, I mean, if your folks above you aren't going to listen to us and our, you know, frustration on a adoption program or a program to deal with wild horses that has no way of working. I mean, you're never going to catch up with the way you're doing it, and nor do you plan to catch up with the way you're doing it. I mean, you're always trying to deal with, I guess, a complaint. But why can't, my question is this at the end of this conversation is, why can't you just pay people to take these things, these horses, pay them? For God's sake, what does it cost us to feed these things, to house these things? Give them money, incentivize them to take these things. I mean, I mean, I don't know. We're trying to, I don't know, I guess to come up with a policy that you guys have always done. But as a group, could you just change what you're doing locally, or does that take some action from the home office to facilitate a change like this? I just, what's your thoughts on that kind of some way to make this better instead of just complaining about us spending money we don't, which I agree, we don't have it, but it's on changing the adoption program and incentivizing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Purdy or
Yes, thank
Ms.
you.
Purdy.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. I'm going to ask Mr. Purdy to talk
Okay.
about the adoption incentive program.
Yes, Senator Kolb, there's an adoption incentive program. It is limited to untouched horses. So say you adopt a horse from the Honor Farm, the Mantle Ranch, a place like that, somebody who's gentle to wild horse, those horses are not available for the adoption incentive program. But for an untouched horse, I do believe we do have, I think it's up to $1,000, $500 when you adopt a horse, and then $500 when you receive title to the horse after 1 year. So that is a program that BLM has been implementing for, I think, at least 2 or 3 years now. So we are actually trying to incentivize the adoption of horses. And, you know, I don't need to tell you, you know, horse facilities are still full. You know, long-term eco sanctuary facilities are still full. So even with that program, we can't keep up.
And if possible, horses that are gentle, they have 100% adoption rate, so we don't need to incentivize them. So whenever the Mantles show horses or whenever the Honor Farm show horses, it's very rare that one of them does not get adopted. So we don't need, that's why we focus the incentives on the other horses where we challenge to get them adopted.
follow up?
Yeah, just give them $5,000. I don't know what we're doing. We're playing around with pennies and we're losing dollars. You know, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing, but obviously it's not working well enough, right? I'll be Captain Obvious about this. So then what are we going to do next? Let's try something else. Try it, see if it works, but give them real money. I mean, we throw away millions as the federal government goes, and then we try to do what we're doing. For what reason? I mean, we just have to do something different. That's what I'd like to here and maybe not today, but in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Do you still have something down at the end there? Senator Hicks and committee, just a reminder, we understand this policy is unsustainable. And these are the messengers. They understand the policy is unsustainable. I think pretty well. So let's not get too far into that anymore if we can, because we'll need to move on. There are
So,
things we can't fix.
Let me back up and first thank you for your efforts of getting
Yes.
some of these horse populations under control and somebody that's dealt with this for 30 years. Congratulations, keep up the good work. But having been through the trenches in this, not as long as some people sitting out in the audience, but for a number of years and involved with litigation in the past, the Wild Horse and Burro authorizes a solution to the problem. The problem is not the agency, the problem is Congress. Under the Wild Horse and Burro Act, it has a provision in there that has euthanasia as an option. And so the problem is quite frankly, the programs that we're doing aren't working very well. I would agree with that. But as somebody that's also in the private sector that raises and sells horses, quite frankly, I find it a little bit hard to swallow that the government's out competing me and paying people to take horses. So, be careful what you ask for. Just the message that I want to send is we look forward to continuing to try to solve this problem with the agency. But the fundamental problem lies in Congress, not the Bureau of Land Management with this issue. And so if we're going to do anything as a committee, we may want to actually propose a resolution to support the Bureau of Land Management and continuing to maintain horses at their appropriate management level. And so I think Senator Kolb had it appropriate. We don't want to shoot the messenger, but we want the message out there that it's time fiscally to start dealing with this issue. I think as Senator Ide pointed out, this is the very definition of insanity. But, just a little suggestion to the committee is when we have an opportunity here to actually further the objectives of what we think is appropriate for the state of Wyoming, we need to work with these federal agencies to get that mission accomplished. My perspective, Congress is the problem, not the Bureau of Land Management. That's just my perception. Again, but thank you for your opportunity and keep up the good work on this issue.
Representative Banks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Senator Hicks said a lot of things that I was going to say. I just want to touch on that a little bit further. Is that, and maybe it's because of Congress we can't, is that in the discussions, that's going to be the solution to the problem, is euthanizing some of these horses. Is that in the discussion? Are we trying to hide behind the media because of some environmental groups or horse loving groups? Is that in the discussions at all? And is that a tool that we can use, or is Congress preventing us to use it? If you would just enlighten me on that. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Kirby?
Thank you, Chairman, Chairwoman. Representative Banks, that tool is not available to us right now. There's I believe, a longstanding congressional budget rider that removes that tool from us being able to use it.
Go ahead.
So do you see that we effectively, we could as a committee draft a resolution to Congress, as Senator Hicks said, to that group, saying that that's a tool that we need to use? Would that be an effective use of the committee's time, in your opinion?
Go ahead, Ms. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Banks, I don't think it could hurt. I mean, we obviously cannot lobby Congress and ask for that. I don't think it could hurt, but that is a congressional decision that we don't have access to that tool.
But we can lobby. We have. So, yes, our authority on these crazy wild horses. John Winter, and you're on that committee. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question to you folks is, are you utilizing the infrared method of counting horses?
Go ahead, Ms. Kirby.
Representative Winter, yes, we are.
Go ahead.
Are you finding much difference in your counts with the infrared versus the aerial counts? Do you have any idea?
Representative Winter, yes, I think they're much more accurate. I just saw a demonstration recently where they were able to figure out that an animal was a cow and even a rabbit out there versus a horse. So I think they are much more accurate and a lot easier because we don't have to get as close to the animals.
Go ahead, John.
Well, thank you. I guess what we need to figure out then is, are the numbers that you have provided for us today, are they as a result of the infrared or another method?
I'm going to ask Mr. Purdy to see if he knows the answer to that question.
Mr. Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have done some counts using the infrared. I don't think all the counts on all the HMAs are complete. I think some of the numbers you heard today, when we're done with a gather, if we can, we do try to fly that HMA. I do not think the post-gather flight with the contractor on the Northlander gather, I think that was just a visual count. We did not have access to the infrared on that particular count. So I think what you heard today is a mix. Like I said, the post-gather flight, typically that's going to be with the contractor that's out there doing the gather. I don't think those helicopters are equipped with that technology. So it's just unavailable for that post-gather population count.
Okay. Representative Winter.
I have I guess a final question. In our meeting yesterday in Douglas, we were told, I believe it was that you told us it was the federal government is paying approximately $156 million a year for caring for these horses that are out on pasture. Could you confirm that? Or is there a change or anything?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Representative Winter, I believe you would have been citing from the same paper yesterday. It looks like total expenditures 158 million. And let's see, off-range holding of 109 million, on-range operations 14 million, 9 million in private care placement, and 26 million in program support and overhead. This is from 2023.
Well, that just confirms what Senator Ide and Representative Alaman were talking about. It's unsustainable and we've got to do something different. So I would hope that you could talk to your people in the Department of the Interior to at least listen to us and hopefully make some changes. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. And we'll have continued public comment now. And we're going to work separately on the Rock Springs plan. So stick around.
Davis.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask you kind of a question. What's your recommendations? Guide us along to maybe come forth with some.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Davis. I believe one of the low-hanging fruits we've already discussed, and that would be to get access to more off-range holding, because that would allow in Wyoming in general across, the entire BLM would be tremendous. That's a kind of easy button, low hanging, not easy. I shouldn't say easy. It's expensive, but it is a low hanging fruit and it's available to us without any other, changes in laws, legislation, et cetera.
Thank you and stick around. We've got more.
Thank you.
The committee means no abuse. And we appreciate the work done on the gathers this year. Public comment. Do we have anyone who? Yes. Jim McGagna, come on up here. I guess you better state your name. I'm gonna. For the record. Chairman. Of course. Oh. I'm. There were recently two cases before the federal district court here in Wyoming regarding wild horse. I tracked both of those cases. In one case, the court held that on two of the herd management areas in southwestern Wyoming, where the checkerboard lands are, that a BLM land was in fact legal. So that hasn't been done yet. And be done. The second case involved a this summer. It's a relatively small herd compared to managers. It's on checkerboard lands held by the Rock Springs Grazing Association, and it's the consent on that consent decree and litigation and court. That and a huge gather. The problem that the BLM faces is they get these federal allocations of designation of where they can do gather. Funded from funding sources other than the Wild Horse Program funds. For state funds or other funds available in the private sector to do that. Tension and become subject to litigation, et cetera. So we'll who have of HMAs who say, I don't know why I continue as a water source on it. The horses gather there in many cases. Get the purpose of this legislation was to deliver a message to the federal government and the federal government for consumption of forage that and I think it could tie in with what was mentioned. Their point is immediately upon passage or signature by the governor in 2022. To date, I am not aware that the Office of State Lands has made any call from some accountability there as to what's being done.
is data being gathered in order to fulfill the purpose that were expressed in this legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would
Yeah, Senator Hicks.
On the specifically to the White Mountain herd, it seems to me, because one of the issues is always range condition. For seems to me like the 8,300, which is their range improvement program, would be a potential eligible source of funding. But 0.5% that goes back to the grazing boards, is that something that the discussions you had with BLM permittees is to use some of that 12.5% money, or using part of their range budget to help supplement these?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I can't say we've had those discussions. I've had only a brief discussion with the state director. We've got some meetings lined up. So that we do this as a pilot project. That could be, I think, if there are funds would made available or still available through this legislation that had appropriated monies before, or something similar, that maybe we need to also come to the table to help because of the range management funds and some funds that might be appropriated by the local grazing boards would, to me, sense for an initiative of this type.
All right, thank you.
Public comment. Else? Okay, we will close public comment. And first we'll deal with the, oh, yeah, sorry. See, one online. No, not for this subject. Well, on the
Go through the bill, Mr. Chairman.
well, we don't, okay,
This is, so, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is obviously a bill that's Osley and find out their progress legislation that was passed and where they are. What and add direction from the committee that we want to see this want to complete this. So I don't know if or if they're
Okay. Anna, help us out.
Mr. Chairman, just well,
Well, probably on the bill itself, we've got that's pending before us. This hasn't, oh, we have passed it. Been, okay. We, to the governor. All right. Don't know if we need a motion to approve a letter, but go ahead and take one. Anybody want to make a motion to the governor to see if he can?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, regarding this bill that
beat this horse to death. So all those.
If I review the legislation, I've got some questions. And so if we're going to send something to the governor, form of a question. And so when I look at this, one of the questions I would, the way the structure of the bill is it makes an assumption that animals are straying, and that assumption that animals are straying out there. We don't have anybody that says they actually are off of those. Outside of those HMA, those herd. In that context, when I look at it, and then we apply based on that there's actual animals based on a formula that's based on assumptions that there's actual animals out there. So the question I have, if we're going to send something to the governor, is the governor chose not inability because of the way the bill's structured that. And so that would be the phrase, the question. We're assuming they coming off based at certain levels of AMLs. Point, I'm just uncomfortable from a standpoint saying that we need to know that we have the best, strongest legal case possible talking about potential litigation. So my to the go, can you detail and go do it? And that's for the committee is what are we going to, or are we going to put a demand capacity? My question is it even legally feasible to bill somebody based on an assumption without any concrete proof that the animals have strayed? And in my area that could go out there and verify that there's a number of BLM state and private lands. That's a pretty easy verification. This just says we assume that they're straying out there. That's my thoughts, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm going to ask the governor.
Okay, Chairman Steinmetz.
What we're no, what they is, or what, you know, what we need to take some action in order to implement this, should they so desire and see a need.
So the first question you're talking about is a question as to why we haven't even got. We need, okay. Questions, okay. on sending a letter? I think we did. We did not. Okay. That would, do you have? Oh, Representative Winter.
I just wanted to comment on, what's your name? Uh, federal land out there is how the amount of forage that these horses learn about, knowing what, or putting it into a letter is pretty well covered deal. You need to really identify what particularly what horses are go here or go there, because they're all out there and the percentage will be adequate to give legal precedence here.
Okay. So you have, as a working group, you've worked on this part of it, this evidence. To please. Okay. It's just there and the percentage of federal land concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out a couple things, because if we did the last page of that bill, there's two the government. I emailed all of you the last report. Your computer's up, you can pull that up, and it talks about the money state had coordinating with, in particular, the tribes, and I think they're so essentially a biennium bill reporting requirement. If we no money in there, that, and almost all of it went for wild horse gather in conjunction with the tribe. So that's something we could think about.
Eating.
Actually wanted to vote on. So if we wait till our next meeting, that would not. Be that. And along with the reporting requirement for the following two. That we could.
Okay. I know, we got to deal with the first part of it. The motion.
That's what I'm trying to get at is the question is to we're asking in a letter, and that's the part I am still not clear at. Maybe staff has got that figured out, but I had to put in a letter.
Go on.
Chairman Eklund, members of the committee, I think, and they need either from, well, probably just from the legislature regarding how to actually implement the 2022 legislation, and ask them if there's anything in that legislation that's providing block or anything like that. Is that accurate? Or do you want something else in the letter?
I think that's probably what going after. Probably request a bill draft on this. We'll talk about that. Senator Hicks, okay. Thank you, Anna. All those in favor? Opposed? We now might in a motion to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for procedural. For us. Page 5 of the legislation we'd already passed. We want to see opportunity to amend something else in there at that point if we want it, based on the discussion we have with the governor between now and then.
Mr. Chairman, discussion?
Yes.
Can I-
Yeah, well. Right, you first. I'll get there, Larry.
Thank. Without knowing any more than I know right now, I have some on this and under for sure where that $500,000 went the last couple of years and accounting for that. So before I vote on that, I'd need to have a little more background on how that money was spent, or if it was spent, and did we.
Go ahead, Representative.
Just a quick response. So I think if you check your email tonight, and I sent that to us in response to the requirements of that. And so what they spent the money on. I'm not sure, Bill, when we get to the next meeting. I just wanted an opportunity. Giving us an opportunity to do something at the next meeting if.
Here for, well, I'll get to you. Senator Hicks.
On the letters that money was expended on the shown on the reservation, Arapahoe Shoshone Indian Reservation for collection. I can't remember thousands, but I want to say it was 5,000 plus horse. Part of that discussion that we had on the floor of the Senate, associated, and these horses were captured and sold. The back end of Maine. Create another $1,000. We're going to put money out there now if we decide for Indian Reservation, we've already done that. We've got them down to where they're at a manageable level. They were supposed to take the proceeds of that into that. Keep in mind, this is the second appropriation that we've done in 2 years that Wind River Indian Reservation. I have a lot of wild horses, and I just assume if we're going to spend state money that we spend them out there in those areas, and the fact that we've done my rec. Where there was almost $200,000 in the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund that also went to this effort. So we need to focus right now on the BLM. That's just my comment. So if we do move the bill, I would suggest we strike out of there. The bill, Mr. It's on line 4, including the Wind River Indian Reservation. And then it comes back down on about line 6. Cooperative tribal government bodies.
Yeah. This. We did. Of them.
My recollection, it was in excess of 5,000
Yeah.
horses that came off of the reservation.
But that's a pretty good gather. So we might consider something else. We'll. Senator Hicks.
The only other thing that I would add is if we're actually going to do a program, absolutely should be matched at least at a 2-to-1 level by the federal. So the state, the federal government to manage those horses. At the very least, we ought to have an expectation that they're going to pay a significant portion of that. And so again, would match at least at a 2-to-1 level if we were going to do it. I'm kind of with fundamentally feel it's not our job to use. That's a whole different issue, Mr. Chairman. If we're going to do it, we should require that they're that would in the form.
Yeah, let's go ahead and.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move a bill that we strike the language and just make conforming through there the Wind River Indian Reservation. Require any match of state funds at a 2-to the federal government.
Okay, does everyone understand the?
Second.
Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. That amendment is. Before. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Bill, I think I forgot you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. We would pass this in its current form for every to ask the state every time an animal gets that
Go
I could
ahead.
probably answer that question. The answer is no. AKA under our statutory scheme is claimed by the state of Wyoming is the state's responsibility. So any precedent whatsoever as far as dealing with the other issue of wild versus what we would call a federal trust species. Federal alone. States have no jurisdiction whatsoever.
if we vote to go ahead and move ahead with this. Have to trust Chairman Steinmetz. Draft. Put something, there are some challenges. Request. You got to go. Government. So throughout this, guess I would request if we pass it, the request for a bill draft, that you'd have to trust to get a worthwhile draft next meeting. Are we ready to vote? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? I think we're going to have to move on here, folks. And we're going to hopefully get through that fairly quick because we are behind. So 5-10 minute break. Committee, as you're gathering up, I guess a reminder before we get into the next topic is we're dealing with a lot of things that we can't do much about. This next one is sort of that way, but since the land we're talking about and the management plan affects Wyoming people, we need to discuss it and see if we can't come up with viable solutions to a huge problem. So next subject for discussion will be the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. And I'm going to start by bringing up the BLM again. Thank you. Okay. Again, we have Mrs. Chris Kirby and Mr. Brad Purdy. And I guess whichever one wants to start, go ahead.
Thank you. And I was going to start by introducing ourselves this time. So yes,
Oh, I'm
Chris.
sorry.
No, you're fine. It's great. Chris Kirby, I'm the Associate State Director for BLM Wyoming, and my colleague here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm Brad Purdy, Deputy State Director of Communications for BLM Wyoming.
Chairman Eklund and Chairman Steinmetz, thank you again. Thank you to the committee for having us here today to talk about the Rock Springs RMP. I'm going to go ahead and jump into some prepared talking points. And on August 23rd. And we are currently in the 60-day government following a 5-month significant changes before taking any questions you might have. The draft RMP recommended a total of 16 EIS designate 12 ACECs, 10 previously existing and 2 new ACECs. Red Creek ACEC to the Little Mountain ACEC. Although areas Pine Mountain were considered for the BLM also proposing to add the 2,000-acre Big Sandy Openings ACE to protect values. Both areas include priority sage-grouse habitat, big game migration areas, and resources. From 47,280 acres to just over 489. The BLM is proposing to eliminate the 2,500 acre Cedar Board area. Remain in place. ACEC nominations in the Red Desert area. The proposed RMP continues existing in the Red Desert, such as the Oregon Buttes, Greater Sand Dunes, and South Pass Historic Landscape ACECs. The BLM is no longer proposing an ACEC to manage the migration corridor. Instead, order for the state designated core management areas or SERMAs, the BLM received emergency is proposing little the special recreation management area focus recreational development outside of sensitive habitats no restrictions for trona mining with known sodium leasing. The draft EIS did identify subsurface mining only restrictions and some right-of-way exclusion areas for eligible but not designated trails, but none of those items were included in the proposed RMP. Proposed increases available for coal from the preferred new areas closed for coal development in the proposed RMP include the Sweetwater County Growth Management Area, the Little East McKinnon groundwater recharge areas. Like coal, proposed RMP substantially Little Mountain ACEC and groundwater recharge areas for Superior and McKinnon, the future gas, oil and gas leasing closures in the Red Desert area for the Jack Morrill Hills, the new South Wind River ACEC, and the Wilderness Study areas. So now we will.
Any questions?
So real quick, Mr. Chairman, if I may, can you just give us the net CE relevant to the total number of acres versus the current by how many was in the draft and then how many is in the proposed final? Just trying to figure out where we started. Do you have those numbers?
In the current plan, easy. Consisting of 1,831,995 acres. The final RP includes 12 ACECs consisting of 62,981 acres. So we reduced in the proposed RMP, we reduced the proposed acres by about 900,000. And we also, and those in
Just roughly, it's from the current to what's in the fall.
Any other questions? Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Change slightly from yesterday. I'm going to circle back on the LMRMP and kind of this kind of came up yet. I is removing a resource, putting it there as identifying it as a resource. In the future, or as we find out that it's so bad on public doesn't work, it's not reality, that you remove them. I mean, I don't buffer, I guess you'd call it, from the center of a trail. The issue is the ability, I mean, you gave the agency, it looks like, a lot of flexibility for making the restrictions put on trails for that 10-mile buffer. And I'm concerned that it's going to be up to the administration, really, higher up than you folks, that you'll have a certain restriction. You'd say, well, this is what we think is appropriate, without having defined rules, clearly defined rules about what is allowed and what is not allowed. I mean, you gave agency flexibility, and I appreciate that ability, but what do you feel? I mean, I feel safer having rules, and it should be a certain way for a trail designation or a certain restriction on a trail, which is greatly affect a lot of different resources, be it the KSLA, be it oil and gas. It could be a restriction for getting to a site and render it unusable on a isolated state land section. I mean, do you feel that that there should be maybe some sideboards put on there to control the BLM, frankly, either for whoever's administration's in there, that you could, that people that wish to develop an area that has a trail would know the rules. I'm concerned they don't know the rules. And I guess, how would you address that about them not knowing the rules? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kolb, I think probably a point of clarification that I didn't include in my talking points. When we reference the trails, we're talking just about the designated national historic scenic trails. And so part of, again, a reminder, the RMP is a land use plan. It's not an implementation plan. So if there's proposed development within that 10-mile buffer, we would still analyze that on a case-by-case basis. There would be some things that would be restricted, but those trails are already, by their designation as National Scenic Historic Trails, they're already protected under the National Historic Preservation Act. So there's additional overlays that we would have to take into consideration when we're evaluating development. So this is not a NSO or no development within those corridors, but it does require that those buffers exist and that additional evaluation has to occur if something is actually proposed within those buffers. So it's not all trails in the Rock Springs Field Office. It's just the ones that are designated, which I believe the big four do run through their Pony Express, California, Oregon, and Mormon Trail all run through the field office and some locations. They might actually split off, but yeah.
Follow up. Then are you saying nothing changed between this current RMP to the past way that we did it in the old RMP?
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Kolb, no, it did change. There's currently, that buffer does not currently exist. So in the new RMP, there is a 10-mile designated buffer on all sides of those trails.
Well,
And some of that was a result of increased policies that have increased protections and regulations around some of the National Scenic Historic Trails.
all right. Thank you for that clarification. Well, I guess.
Okay, any other questions? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're getting assaulted in Wyoming, not just with the Rock Springs RMP. The president's first executive order was to, stop any oil and gas lease sales. We kind of brought back that to a minuscule degree. Now they're going after coal in the Powder River Basin. I mean, I don't know if you guys at this level know what's coming next, but it seems like we're getting peppered month after month. And, the Rock Springs RMP in particular, not that I'm a fan of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, FLPMA. I think it's unconstitutional of indefinite retention with our federal lands. It violates the property clause of the U.S. Constitution. Their mandate is to dispose of those federal lands. But with FLPMA, there's a multiple use requirement with FLPMA. And, this Rock Springs RMP violates FLPMA with that multiple use requirement. They're not satisfied with just getting rid of grazing and mining you know, the multiple uses, recreation. I mean, we're just getting assaulted at every level. Would you comment on what your thoughts are on the violation of the multiple use of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Ide. The BLM does not believe that this is a violation of FLTMA. And if I am, if you like, I have a couple more statistics on grazing and some other things if you would like me to share those for the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. So grazing, just to talk about, under the proposed RMP, 99.7% of the land in the Rock Springs Field Office is still available for grazing. 0.03% is unavailable for grazing. The current plan has 0.02% unavailable and 99.8%. So it was a reduction of 0.1% in grazing. So the majority of the field office still is available for grazing. I think I've already addressed coal. I'm happy to address Trona. 85% of the field office is open to Trona. 15% is closed. Currently 89% is open. 11% is closed. Fluid minerals, there's no restriction on 32% of the land within the Rock Springs field office. 30% is completely closed, and then there's various restrictions, limitations in between. Currently, there's no restriction on 61% of the field office, and 15% is completely closed. So are there, those are kind of the key coal, Trona, grazing, other items you'd like me to address specifically?
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my takeaway from what you just said, that there is a violation of FLTMA. I mean, it's from 1% to 50% of what, you know, depending on the particular use. So it's a slow creep. Just take a little bit of a time, a little bit of time, and hopefully nobody notices. That's
good. All right. Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, you have a document that is kind of comparing things, which it gets a little bit fuzzy when we're comparing the proposed alternative and we're comparing it to that, and then we're comparing it. I think we need to be comparing it to how the land's being managed now and what the proposal is, and not back to how egregious the alternative B was from the beginning. So do you have a document you could share? I see you're referring to one that would kind of make those comparisons a little easier, because when you read through all of this, you almost have to make a graph too, because it says, well, this is this way, but when you compare it to alternative A, it's that way. And you almost have to make a chart going through reading it to actually understand what it means. So if you have one of those prepared, it would be very helpful for us.
Yes, Ms. Kirby.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We do have a matrix we can share with you. And in the previous two discussions, I was talking about the current plan versus the proposed and skipping the not the preferred alternative piece. I wasn't including that in the initial question. I included that because that's what I was asked, but I've been talking about what currently exists and the proposed. So, but we can gladly provide you that matrix. You're welcome.
All right. Yes, Representative Banks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I've got a little question about process. Because of the recent Chevron decision, I don't believe this holds any legal binding in the state of Wyoming. It's going to end up in court. We're going to be in litigation. And I believe we're going to come out on top of it. And because this is kind of the guinea pig for the rest of the RMPs in the state of Wyoming, what happens next? Do we start over? Do we, and if that's the case, two-part question, do we start over? Do we, is stakeholders' concerns and the concerns of the state of Wyoming going to be taken seriously this time? Not only does it violate the multiple use, but the Chevron decision holds that these federal rules aren't legally binding. Where do we go from there?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Banks, I can't speak obviously to the legal pieces of that. I'll leave that to the lawyers and, any litigation that may come from this. I think just to reiterate where we are in the actual, I'm going to get where we are in the actual NEPA process here. We're in the middle of the 30-day public, we're in the middle of the 30-day public protest and the 60-day governor's consistency review. I think a key thing is we did take the task force that was convened by the governor. We took that very seriously. Our state director participated, Director Stone Manning participated, the field office manager participated. We did take that very seriously and took input from the state of Wyoming very seriously. As far as this being a guinea pig, this was not, the Rock Springs RMP was not put out as a test case for other RMPs. The Rock Springs RMP was specifically for the Rock Springs field office. It's not the pattern or the precedent for the rest of the field offices. These, the specific resources and operating parameters and community or cooperating agencies within the Rock Springs field office, that was what the input was focused on. It's not, this isn't being set as a template or a guinea pig for something else that we're going to be doing into the future. So each resource management plan for each field office will reflect the individual characteristics of that field office. And I'm not sure if have I answered all of your questions? Okay, thank you.
Right. Yeah, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, just piggyback onto this trail question. They will connect. Absolutely. If you put this 10-mile not to exclusionary zone, whatever you decide that means, NSO it being the worst, it will connect to another RMP. It has to. I mean, why would you do it across the Rock Springs RMP then not continue it on across the state of Wyoming? So they are connected. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, wouldn't you agree? I mean, wouldn't you try to connect your trail system, the 10-mile, whatever the rules are for the Rock Springs RMP, the connecting RMP that has the Oregon Trail going through it? I mean, I only assume you wouldn't just do it in isolation, or maybe you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kolb, thank you. That's a great question. I think the trail system absolutely are connected because they are larger trails. So absolutely, that would make sense. We may look at some areas and how we've managed them in other areas, but each resource management plan will still individually take into consideration the characteristics of that field office. So let's say in Casper, just because all four of the trails definitely meet there, let's say we look at what was done in Rock Springs, and we're not doing a Casper plan. I'm very hypothetical here, so I want to make sure everyone knows that. But we would still take into consideration, okay, what are we looking at on the trails? What do our current policies require around the National Historic Preservation Act for National Scenic Historic Trails? But we would also take into consideration there may be sections of that trail that now run through the middle of town, or there may be sections that run through, private land, or there may be different sections. So we would look at with the trail system, because it far exceeds, you're absolutely correct. It goes far beyond the boundaries of one field office. Those trails are huge. They cover most of the Intermountain West, but each resource management plan still considers the individual characteristics within that field office. So there would be pieces of it. You're absolutely correct. There might be items because they cross over that we would look at similarly, but this plan, I just want to make sure it's not a template for future resource management plans.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then more importantly, I want to get down to the governor's task force. I think there was good work that came out of the task force. I mean, that's clear. However, I think it was a flawed system that worked on a 100% buy-in. So everybody understands this. You had to have 11 different groups of people all agree with whatever point of view that came up with as a position. What's wrong with that system is that we were shanghaied, and I'll use that word, by the environmental groups as one person that represented those groups, blackballed the process. And while we had 10 groups, 10, count them, that agreed with the position, we had one group, one person, an individual who derailed the entire process. And I want to point that out to people, because you mentioned the other day that was part of your decision, that there was no clear answer to this question, say in this supposed golden triangle area. Sorry, I brought that word up. That we couldn't come to a consensus with oil and gas, and there was 10 of us in there. that said that we agree with the position. So I guess I'll take deference that we're going to use that governor's task force, even though it had good work that came out of it. It wasn't all good. And when we looked at that, I think it's unfair to say that, well, clearly we couldn't come to a conclusion. Well, no, clearly we had one group that had a different idea. And that's okay, but I don't want to be, I mean, you're referencing that report as a reason for a position you've taken. And I just don't think it's representative of the totality of the conversation we had. Even though you're technically accurate, the rules were one person out. But really, I would just like, you know, for the record to say that, do you really think that was a fair way of doing it? One group can get rid of the entire agreement that we had amongst. And I just want people to, I want people to understand that those limitations shouldn't give you a position to say, well, obviously it's clearly nobody could agree. And that was what I'd like to point out. And I'd like to hear your opinion about it. I mean, do you think that process was a good one? I guess, what's your opinion about the Ruffles House process when one person can basically stop something from happening that 10 people agree with out of a group of 11? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Kirby.
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Culp, thank you for the question. I believe there were about 24 recommendations that came out of the task force, and I can't speak to the actual process. I wasn't personally involved, but I don't think there's, in general, when we do these plans, we don't just take into consideration the opinion of one person. I mean, we received over 35,000 public comments. And so I think it's important to note the task force was taken very seriously because it was a group, as you point out, it was 11 different groups, but people specifically representing the state of Wyoming and interest in the state of Wyoming. And so we took that process very seriously. I'm not going to comment, nor do I feel like it would be good for me to comment on the actual process that was developed by Ruckle House. That's not my purview or my place to say, but it's important to understand we don't just let one opinion drive any of this decision making. We take into consideration many, many opinions. And in this situation, because that task force was specifically convened for this management plan and specifically convened to represent the citizens of the state of Wyoming, we took it very seriously.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reference to the 5,000 comments, my understanding is that they were all held, the comments were held under review in-house. Is that correct? There was no third parties involved with this, no anything like that?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Kirby.
Chairman. Representative Davis, there were over 35,000 comments. And the comments are reviewed in-house. We use a contractor to help us review them, but the comments are all publicly available. If someone, you know, there's a matrix document, and our team spent obviously multiple weeks. There is information available on what those comments were and our response to comments that is available publicly. And I believe it's on our e-planning site.
Okay, I think we're going to move on to public comment. You'll be around for further questions that may need to be answered, but is there any public comment on this?
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're done with that subject and we're going to move on to the next one. Our veterinary lab, Mr. Crane. Come on up. And both of you come on up and state your names for the record, please.
Well, good morning, Chairman Eklund, Co-Chair Steinmetz. It's great to be here. I'm Kelly Crane. I'm the interim dean of the College of Agriculture, Life Sciences, and Natural Resources at the University of Wyoming. So I'll introduce a few other people that are joining me here. maybe most obviously and maybe most important, is Dr. Allie Brower, who is our new director of the Wyoming State Vet Lab. So we're super excited to have Allie on board. She's been here less than a month, and she is a accomplished veterinary diagnostician and administrator of these kind of facilities. So we're lucky to have her at the university. And she's already doing some great things that I'll talk a little bit more about. Other folks that are joining me from the university here are, of course, you all probably know Mike Smith, our VP of Government Relations and Community Engagement. Mike may come up and help me. And of course, Pepper Six is our Director of External Relations for our college. So thanks to them for joining me here. So my job is to give a little update of the Wyoming State Veterinary Lab, and I promise I will get to the update part. But first, I'm going to take the opportunity first to say thanks again for the support of the Wyoming Legislature and the University of Wyoming to restore the capacity and capability of the vet lab. You all invested in this lab, and it's paying off. And I'll talk a little bit. I'll give a specific instance of that, but the investments you're making in the lab and the university of making the lab really have continued to restore our capability in the lab. And what that does is that it increases our capacity to serve the livestock industry in Wyoming, as well as our important collaborators who work with wildlife and public health. So again, genuine appreciation for your support of our lab. I'll talk about what that support looks like in terms of personnel and program support in a minute. But just know we appreciate your support of us. And again, it makes us better poised to serve important industries in Wyoming. And a good example of this, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, and I will quickly defer to Dr. Brower if you ask me specific questions, but I think a great example of the vet lab and your investments paying off is the recent anthrax outbreak in Carbon County that we found. We, not being me, Dr. Brower had an instrumental role in that in Carbon County. But it really does. Our vet lab folks responded on personal time and with some significant personal risk, right? They're dealing with an agent that none of us want to be around. And those of us in agriculture have heard this our whole lives, right? But yet we have vet lab people that, again, outside of work hours, on their personal time, went out and diagnosed this outbreak in Carbon County. So my hat's off to Dr. Brower and her team. And it's something that we in the college are really proud of this response. I just wanted to mention that. If you have questions, I'm sure Dr. Brower will take questions, but it's one of the really often unforeseen, I'm not grandstanding here, I hope, but it is one of those unforeseen services that your University of Wyoming provides to support industries and communities in Wyoming. We work hard down in the lab. Dr. Brower and certainly her faculty, and really importantly, the staff in that lab, have great expertise and a great commitment to serving the industries. That industry is the livestock industry and wildlife and public health. And so again, it's one of those areas that we should all be proud of, where the university is there to serve you. And I think we did a great job, and the anthrax outbreak was one of those examples. So you want to talk about anthrax, or you want me to go on with the update, Chairman?
No, well, let's see. No, I don't know how to do it. I've been through several veterinarians in my lifetime, and all of them were concerned that anthrax would show up. It wasn't an if, it was going to happen. And all of them figured we might miss it. And I appreciate that you did not. And hopefully nobody's been infected with this disease. But anyway, my thanks as well. I think let's go ahead with the update, and then we'll have questions about anthrax, because I don't think all of us have a clue what we're in for a while, especially Carbon County. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll try to go through this quick. You all have this printed copy, so I'll really just touch on some highlights of where we're at as far as personnel, and then we can have some questions. So the first is our staffing updates, and that's been really important, and some really explicit feedback we got from the industry and from the legislature is we had some turnover and we wanted to fill positions, and we've worked hard to do that. We are not complete in that job. We still have a couple pathologist positions to fill, but I think the last time I reported on this, I shared that it's a tough environment out there to hire folks, but we're getting it done, and we've got some great people on board. Not the least of which is Dr. Brower to my left, but we've also hired a new bacteriologist. This will be the extent of my anthrax knowledge. It's a bacteria, right? And so we had a new bacteriologist that got here about 2 weeks ago, and got to enjoy the first outbreak we've had in 50 or more years. So anyway, it's great to have them. We've also hired a new veterinary virologist. We've got a couple pathologists we've hired in the last few years, and we're hiring another technician. So we're moving this personnel thing along as fast as we can. I'll let Dr. Brower maybe talk about the capacity of the lab when I get done here, but we're trying to fill these positions. There's a little report there on the caseload, and I think you'll see the caseload is pretty consistent. We know it's seasonal in spring and the fall. We know that brucellosis creates a big caseload for this lab. And we also know that there was concern in the legislature and in the industry and among practicing veterinarians whether we had the capacity to handle the brucellosis caseload. We absolutely handled it. And we think we'll handle it this fall. I'll let Dr. Brower maybe talk on that, or I'm happy to, but we're handling the caseload. I don't think we've left any producers out there unserved, or our partners at Game and Fish. So we're handling the caseload, and you can see it's significant every year. We have a pretty big testing caseload. We think our turnaround is improving. I'm sure we are not where we want to be in that. Turnaround's important because we know livestock producers have to make timely decisions when they're shipping calves or shipping cull cows and those kind of things. So we're working hard to on our turnaround, but I think we've made some steps, and Dr. Fox, who helped prepare this, is convinced that in the last few years, our turnaround time has shortened. So that's turnaround, workload, and personnel. A couple other additional updates, and I'll just say that our relationship between the Wyoming State Vet Lab and our vet science department in our college is really important. We hope that helps us train the next generation. We don't have a vet school at UW, you all know that, but we really hope that connection helps us prepare students to go to vet school and return to our state. We know that it's a bottleneck in our state, practicing veterinarians. We hope this is one way that the university can support that workforce need. Everybody asked me, and we'll have chances to ask Dr. Brower about the BSL-3 facility. Again, a sizable hard to bring that up into action in both the research and diagnostic functions of that lab. I really see it as one of our competitive advantages. It helps us recruit faculty and diagnosticians, both clinical and academic faculty, to this facility. And we're working hard to utilize that facility. And maybe Dr. Brower can give some insight to that too. So we're hiring a couple other positions. We hired an excellence chair in brucellosis in the last year. Dr. Pasquale, we were really looking forward to he's just kind of on the front end of developing continuing a comprehensive research history on or trajectory on vaccines for brucellosis. That BSL-3 lab is instrumental in developing vaccine. We have to have that kind of facility to do that kind of research. And he's well on his way to developing that work. And we're also filling a Riverbend chair position that was given through a generous endowment. This position is funded jointly through the university and a private endowment that's focused on wildlife, livestock disease interactions. So we're in the process of filling that position, but again, with the intent of serving the industry and addressing important issues on wildlife, livestock health. So that's kind of where we're at on just some additional updates. And I think that's it for me. We'd be happy to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, questions? Yes. Senator French.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the staffing update at the start, we are contracting with Summit Search Solutions to help us identify candidates. What does something like that cost?
Chairman Eklund, Senator French, a lot. I don't have a really good number. I can give you an estimate, but I probably should get back with you a number. It's based on a position. So they charge us so much for a position, and Summit Research or Summit Solutions is essentially a headhunting firm that spends a lot of time working with out in their networks, both domestically and internationally, to help us recruit these folks. Again, an effort. We were struggling before we started investing with these search firms to get candidates to apply. They can just dedicate a lot bigger professional network and a lot more resources into recruiting. But I shouldn't guess, but I think it's probably in the I don't know. I shouldn't guess, but I think in the 20 to 30,000 range per position. I don't know how far I'm off on that, but I will get you the exact number, Senator French.
Okay, I think we'll get into a discussion of anthrax. If Dr. Brower's ready, give us an overview of this little beast and how this creature works and how we might have prevention, what to look for, precautions producers need to take, others too. We've got wildlife involved. It's any mammal, if I'm correct, but go ahead. Go ahead with your
Okay.
presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman Eklund. Thank you everyone for welcoming me to this first event. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and meet with everyone, and I'm very excited about the laboratory and the new position. To get into answering why anthrax broke out here and what it would mean to the state. So as Dean Crane mentioned, it's a bacteria. And so this bacteria lives in the soil, and here in Wyoming likely has for a very, very, very long time. The only report that I found real documentation of is from the Pinedale area in the 50s, 1956. That was an outbreak that involved wildlife and cattle, from what I can find documented. I haven't seen any documented reports of anthrax in any other part of the state, including Elk Mountain, but because there was this outbreak, I think we can assume rightly that there was likely an outbreak. It just wasn't identified. And so the way the bacteria works is it lives in two forms. When it's in the soil, it's incredibly tough and capable of withstanding high temperatures, cold temperatures, changes in pH, just extreme environments. And so that's a protective mechanism for the bacteria. And when it's in that form, it's called a spore. And so when people say you're being exposed to a spore, that's what they're talking about. That spore doesn't do anything to an animal, but once it gets into an animal, it changes into a different form called a vegetative state. And that is able to reproduce at an incredibly fast speed and very, very rapidly disseminates all over the body. And that's why it presents as sudden death. So as soon as that spore transforms into this other state, it can kill any mammal that it gets into very quickly. There's variable resistance to it. So cattles are profoundly sensitive to it. Dogs and people a little bit more resistant, horses a little bit more resistant. And so it doesn't have quite the same effect in all species. When it gets into cattle and it reproduces like wild, they usually look fine and then they're dead. And so sudden death is often the only thing that people report. And so in this particular outbreak, it was just cattle dropped over dead in various places without a lot of opportunity to go in and treat or investigate. In this outbreak, after we made the diagnosis, we were able to really quickly communicate with the state vet, with Game and Fish. And so once the report went out, Game and Fish got a report of a moose that had that same sort of sudden death found in a park story. They were able to go out and collect samples and identify the only, to my knowledge, case that's been found. So infected, approximately 50 cows died, and this one moose. So that's kind of the state of it currently.
Questions thus far? Committee? Yeah. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, what are the preventive measurements that we as producers have available to us to protect our herds?
Thank you, Chairman. Representative, is it Davis? My eyes aren't very good. I apologize. I need them. So there's two things that are incredibly helpful in an outbreak. The most probably important thing is management of these bodies once they've died. And so the way that anthrax survives is by killing the animal. And then the second half of this is once the body is dead and begins to leak, that bacteria gets back out of the body, turns back into that spore, and then can live where it is for another 50 years. And so what you want is to get the body burned or buried or both before anything leaks out of that carcass. If it all stays contained, then that vegetative form of the bacteria should die in the body. So you just don't want it to get out and have the opportunity to become a spore. So anyone that's had any animals that died on their site, you don't want to move them. You don't want to risk spreading it. You don't want any blood to trickle down the road as it goes somewhere. So the first thing is to get the bodies managed. And then the second thing is to vaccinate the cattle that you have. And the third thing is to treat. You can treat very simply with doxycycline anybody who's sick. So what's nice about that vegetative form, though it's very, very rapid and can kill you quickly, it's also very sensitive to an extremely cheap and readily available antibiotic. And so you've kind of got those three ways of tackling it if you have an outbreak. If you're now in an endemic area where you know that the spores are potentially in the ground, then you can proactively vaccinate.
So I'm not sure how to do this, but I think Director True and maybe Dr. Hazel had a question. So everybody's aware, we've got maybe not the best internet connection. So if you had something to add, Director, while we're in this, we're far from done, I think, but go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I really actually raised a hand on my screen by accident. But I would just echo everything Dr. Brower has just said on the anthrax, if you can hear me.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you. We probably have this a large bacterium, which makes like trichomoniasis kind of hard to find a vaccine for this. Vaccine is relatively effective. Okay.
Yes.
How many companies have it? How available is it? How long is the efficacy for the vaccine? Could you share a little of that prevention part? Because it really sounds to me like you've got sudden death and very little time to do much more than treat the rest of the herd. But go ahead. And one thing before we move on. So you got an animal that drops dead. Is that the only thing you'll see with anthrax that producers might be aware of? Or are there other telltale signs?
Thank you, Chairman. So that is the one sign in this outbreak that was the most consistent and is consistent across what's reported. In an ideal situation, there is also potentially blood coming from all of the orifices, so the nose, the mouth, the rectum. That was not the case for the animals that I saw anyway from this outbreak. So if they die too quickly for that to happen, that can confuse things. Also, if you have predators coming and pulling apart parts of the body, blood can ooze from that, so it can be unclear. So I think the message to the producers and to the veterinarians who were also working on this outbreak is that if there's any suspicion at all based on multiple sudden deaths in cattle in Wyoming, you should test, determine whether it is or not, and then move on from there. So that's kind of the recommendation that we're giving.
The vaccine, how available is it and how long does it last? Is it one that you'd probably have to administer once a year, more than once a year, or help us a little with that? Because I don't vaccinate for it, so. And most producers probably don't, is my guess. So we may have to start.
Right. Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I have not administered this vaccine before. It's typically used in states and areas where there's known outbreaks. And so North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and now Minnesota are pretty much the areas that have deep experience with these outbreaks, and they have them fairly frequently. The vaccine has to be administered by a veterinarian. It's annual, there's a booster dose, and the state vet's office, which has been phenomenal in all of this and has helped to really organize community outreach and recommendations to the vets and all of that. They have been organizing the testing and giving advice on where to get the vaccine for the producers. So we're kind of working in concert to get that out.
Committee questions, yes, Representative Banks.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Is there any way to treat the spores when they're in the ground? Say we know that now this is in Carbon County, we get it out of the animals. Is there a way that it can be treated in the ground and kind of sterilize it that's in the soil so that it doesn't resurge?
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Evans? Thanks. I definitely need glasses. Yeah, that would be what everyone would dream of. That would be fantastic, but there's not any practical solution for how to manage it once it's in the ground. And it's also very difficult to find where it is. And so the thought even for this outbreak is that it was just a fluke heavy rain that hit that side of the mountain and uncovered an area where it was. It's possible, as I said, in Pinedale, this happened in the 50s and it hasn't been reported since. And so this could happen again next year, or we may outlive it happening again in Wyoming. So it's really, once it's in the ground, it's really hard, which is again why it's so important to just get on it when it occurs.
Okay, so I guess I'd have a little bit more of a question on disposal. How is burying going to help if you're burying the animal, the spores within it? Maybe they haven't they're going to get into the ground that way? Is there, do you lime it or do you, what what do you do to kill the spores so that it doesn't just climb back in and wait for another day to have an outbreak?
Right. Thank you, Chairman. Actually, don't make it alkaline. That's a natural desire, but it actually likes alkaline soil. So you don't want that in the pits. 6 feet deep is what's recommended. And the reason why that helps is because if the body is contained, you're getting it away from predators and anything else that will cause it to explode and contaminate the surface. So you want it down and contained, and then you want the bacteria to die in the body. And if you can achieve all of that, then it won't be able to transform into the spores that can live. So the bacteria in the body is actually really kind of a wussy bacteria. It'll die. You just don't want it to get out and give it the opportunity to turn into this like super strong spore state. So that's the idea behind it.
Okay, so you may wrap it in plastic or something.
I mean,
as
that's
well?
never been part of it. The burning part is, it requires extreme heat to ensure that you're actually destroying everything. So the incineration part has been coupled with the burial recommendation, but in the old days, they used to throw in tires to get the heat hot enough to guarantee that it would actually burn thoroughly. So I think in general, if you can get on this thing immediately and get it buried, that's the recommended containment and the way to manage it.
Okay, how many producers right now have been affected? Is it just one herd? And was the moose found right in this location?
Yes,
Go.
yes. Several producers and in the center of the town of Elk Mountain for the
Okay.
moose.
All right. Any further questions? We've got, okay. Let's go with Representative Davis first, and then we'll get to the internet.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman. I have a question. In a lot of these communities, you know, we're in the valley floors, groundwater, is that an issue? If you 6 foot down, you're going to hit groundwater. And you're burying this animal, this toxic animal at 6 foot in the ground in groundwater. Does groundwater, will it transport them spores other places? Or does it need to be in dry soil?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative Davis. It does not mind being in the water. These spores, they do great in water and dry climate. As I said, they're incredibly strong. So the reason why that description that you've just made hasn't turned into many outbreaks is likely because of dilution. And so if the spores get into the groundwater, there's not a concentration of them sufficient to infect a person or an animal. So in the case of, so any wildlife may be infected with this. I mean, deer, elk, moose, and they tend to die close to riverbanks and streams. So having exposure to waterways is a thing that happens fairly frequently. And there's never been any reports of a water source being the source to an outbreak. As far as the bodies being down in the ground, again, if it's done properly, the bacteria should all be dead in those bodies and there shouldn't be any spores. The way the spores have infected the ground is by the carcasses on top. I mean, they explode. And when they do, bacteria shoot all over the place. And as soon as those bacteria get the oxygen from the air, they transform into those spores. So that's the mechanism.
Okay. Yes, oh, Bob. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question. You mentioned that it got exposed from a rainstorm that potentially was the instigating instrument, so to speak, of the start of this. I'm a little confused. Maybe you said it before. How does anthrax originate? Is it a natural occurrence? Dying and the bacteria getting into the spores? Could you hit on that just real quick? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Ide. There had to have been an infected animal. And the scenario we just described had to have happened at some point. There's a kind of an interesting story that sort of traces anthrax in this country back to the movement of cattle from Mexico north. And so during the old cattle drives, those may have been the first anthrax outbreaks that seeded parts of the Dakotas, potentially here, Texas. So where it came from in this instance is very likely a cow and an outbreak that occurred but was not documented, or perhaps was, and we haven't discovered the evidence of it yet, but that's where it would have come from.
And maybe you won't if it happened 50 to 100 years ago okay. Any other questions? All right. Online, Director True, when you're ready, go ahead. And we hope, there you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I found my mute button. I think we're good to go, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple points real quick. Dr. Brower's done an outstanding job of introducing or explaining to you the disease and the process, something that Dr. Hazel and Dr. Brower's touched on it, but Dr. Hazel would ask me to say is this is a common occurrence around the world and particularly in other parts of the country. It's not anything unusual. And the way it's been dealt with is following parameters that other states that deal with it more regularly than we do have done. Also would like to, on that count, welcome Dr. Brower and getting knee deep in anthrax right upon her early arrival into the state of Wyoming. And mention in the Gen Lab in general that all of our doctors, and I had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Brower a couple of weeks ago, right before she started in a casual setting. Great conversation. We look forward to working with her and Dean Crane and in continuing our joint missions for protection of our producers in the state. I think you have a great example of what the lab can become capable of again, and we're looking forward to getting to that same spot with these folks in the room with you today. If you have any other questions about anthrax, I would just caution, Dr. Brower also did an awesome job of answering your question about how many producers, because we're not going to tell you that. Under the confidentiality of reportable diseases, we're not going to give you a precise location or names or numbers of how many producers are affected. But at this point, we do believe it shows signs of being contained at this point. We just have to keep working with those producers to get the disposal accomplished in a timely fashion. Dr. Brower may want to touch with you a question that we get some, and I pass it immediately to Dr. Hazel, is the change in the weather. Will that tamp down the activity of the bacteria? And that may be something she would like to touch on you with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Dr. Brower, would you like to touch on that question?
A translation. I didn't hear it as well.
Okay.
Apologize for that. So the change in weather, the spores are not going to die from cold. So it's not like the winter will kill them. It will likely reduce the opportunity for the cows to get exposed to it. So the way that the cows are picking this up is very, very low to the ground, and they're likely, And so once that changes and, the grass has died off, maybe covered with snow, people start feeding, they're going to have less opportunity to get exposed to the sites where these spores are existing right now. And so it probably will lessen their opportunity to get infected. It also seems that the outbreak has, as Director True mentioned, died down. And so it may be that as the animals are being managed, the bodies, and people are shifting to other pastures on their property where maybe there aren't areas of infection, all those things combined might be helping to reduce the numbers. But it does seem like it sort of peaked and is coming off now.
Well, that's good news. Any other questions, committee? Yes. Mr. Crane.
I probably don't need to say this anymore, but of course, everybody's hearts go out to the producers who were affected by this. 50 cows is a big loss. But I do think this outbreak provided a good test case from at least my perspective, and hats off to Director True, and we appreciate his kind words, but the system really did work. And I just say that because you all invest in these systems and the system worked. The university cooperated with the livestock board and the state vet. We cooperated with practicing veterinarians, community members, and producers, and it all worked in a short period of time. And again, this is routine for some states, but for us, it's a great test case of how we all work together to address what could be a really critical issue for our industry. So again, I think should be a source of pride for us and you that everybody comes together to address what could be pretty serious. So anyway.
Can I just add on to that?
Go ahead.
I am new here and, I came up from Arizona before I started this position, but I've worked in a number of states. And just for the people here to know, this lab is really good. Like, it has unusual abilities that are not consistent with some other places in the country, including incredibly skilled technicians who are validated and proficient at doing anthrax testing at the drop of a hat, and who will come in on a weekend and get that diagnosis. And that's not what you find everywhere. So I want you all to know that there's really good people at that lab who are just ready to do whatever they need to do without even, questioning it. And that's what made the diagnosis so quick and us able to respond so quickly was the staff in that lab. So just want to plug that.
Well, we appreciate your work. You've been initiated by fire, it looks like.
Yeah.
The lab, you've shared vision that we had for that lab, but it was a tough one to get off the ground. I won't go into that now, but it was, I think right now it's saving us a lot of money and keeping our herd healthy. We appreciate your work on that. I think that's it. If there's other public comment on this, we're.
Mr. Chairman, may I add one thing?
True, go ahead.
I just want to kind of follow
Yes.
on to Dean Crane's comment. I would like to make sure that you're well aware that Dr. Allen at Game and Fish and the public health doctors that worked all the same hours with us and Dr. Brower and her staff on this project. And want to thank everybody that did that and worked out there, YDOT personnel helping, and it's kind of a team effort. And we're glad and hopeful that it has a positive as possible ending to this outbreak. The folks that in question have been directed to the possible help they could get from FSA, and we hope they find something there if they request it. But I just wanted to make sure that some of the other folks that were in our town hall in Elk Mountain and have been involved from the start were mentioned as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, Dean, and Doc. We appreciate all that you've done. So no further public discussion on that. We'll start into our conversation on eminent domain. And I think all of us have been through these bills enough, unless you really want to go through them again, Anna, or any differences on them.
Mr. Chairman, there are a couple changes
Okay.
from the bills last year that I could just go over the changes really quickly if you'd like me to.
Please, go
Okay.
ahead.
Just give me 1 second. Mr. Chairman, first on page 5 in subsection C, the change that was made here was to reflect the Barlow case where the measure of compensation will be the greater of the fair market value of the property rights taken or the amount by which the fair market value of the entire property immediately before the taking exceeds the fair market value of the remainder of the property immediately after the taking. And then improvements to the property are also supposed to be included in the fair market value. And then if you turn to page 6, there's a little bit of change to subsection E regarding using an existing easement to place additional collector systems. So basically, they would have to comply with this new section unless the existing easement authorizes initial or additional energy collector systems. It contemplates a method by which an easement can be enlarged or amended, or authorizes the parties to renegotiate the easement. And then in F, the applicable Board of County Commissioners has to be given notice by the entity seeking to condemn the property of that condemnation action. Other than that, and subsection G on page 7, any order granting an easement to a condemner has to include clauses relating to liability of the parties as well as reclamation requirements. And then in 25 LSO 102, the changes in F and G and E were also made to 25 LSO 102. And those were the only changes made to that particular bill, but I would stand for any questions.
Any questions, committee, for Anna? Any questions, Senator Ide?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, on page 5, you have a staff note there. It says the phrase constitutes an economically, legally, and logistical viable project. And that's on page 4 there at the bottom on line 19. I have some comments on that, just that met with Rocky Mountain Power about 10 days ago with these rate increases that are coming again. Not to bore you with all of that, but I asked the president of Rocky Mountain Power, I said, would we see any of this so-called renewable energy without taxpayer subsidies? And the long and short of it was, by and large, no. There are some of them that are commercial, but by and large, they wouldn't survive without taxpayer subsidies. So that's where I have a problem with this bill is, I don't think all of these renewables are really about producing electricity. They're about, the real purpose is extracting subsidies. They're again, deficit spending. We don't have the money. We have to print counterfeit to fund these things. So, if there was any language to be added to this, I could make an amendment to it, but where it says on line 19, electricity with which the energy collector system is associated that hasn't received any taxpayer energy subsidies. I mean, to me, that's the only way that it makes it economical commercially is without subsidies. So otherwise, the market is completely distorted. distorted and nobody really knows what the electricity costs are. So those are my comments on the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into testimony. Karen, you've waited so patiently and you know everything there is to know about wild horses and anthrax and stuff. So go ahead and share with us what you shared before and why we've worked diligently on this legislation from your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, my name is Karen Budd Fallon. I am an attorney in Cheyenne, Wyoming, working almost 99% for landowners in this state and others, protecting private property rights and ensuring that local businesses stay intact. I have worked with the committee before on this bill. I think that is an important bill. I do have a few questions on some of the pieces of this bill, and I don't know if you want me to get into that first or if you wanted me to sort of give you a little background. I think that this legislation is important. And I think that there needs to be some way to pass this bill. And the reason I say that is because, in my view, the protection of private property rights is important. And if I'm a landowner, and whether it's subsidized or not, a wind company comes to me and says, I'm willing to offer into a contract with you, and they can't condemn me. So this is going to be a voluntary contract to put up wind towers on your property. And I have to leave at 1 because I'm going to go to Niobrara County and we're talking about zoning for wind farms. And so they're going to use zoning to like protect the neighbor because you obviously don't want the wind tower falling onto the neighbor's house. But I have the right to contract to put that tower on my property. What happens though sometimes is that they put the towers on my property, but then I've got a neighbor that's like, well, I'm not getting any towers, therefore I'm going to stop any collector line from getting to a transmission station to be able to send the power to wherever the heck they're sending it. And so I think you've got to have a way to be able to consider both. You've got to consider my right to put a wind tower on my property. And by the way, wind company will never ask to put a wind tower on a ranch because the answer is no. We've already put that out there. But if my neighbor wants to do that, should I be willing to control my neighbor's property right without me buying their property? And I think this bill is a compromise on those collector systems to say, okay, you got to negotiate, wind company or whoever's putting up the collector line, you got to fairly negotiate and make it worth the while of at least 85% of the people along the line. And I think that is important because then it is a fair negotiation. And it's not just about the money, it's also about the reclamation and the liability. Because what happens when a lightning strikes the power pole, or what happens when a fire starts? You know, who's liable for that? That's all part of negotiation. That's not part of condemnation, that's part of negotiation. So forcing fair negotiation with everybody, I think, is important. But at least on their side, I'm also looking at it and I'm saying, okay, so I am a really cranky landowner, and 99% of the people on this project agree. They like the project. We've had fair negotiation. We all agree that this is a good contract. And you got the one guy who's like, nope, I don't want them to cross my property. That was the point of condemnation. And so I think this bill is a fair compromise between what you have now, which is they can condemn it, which I don't favor as a blanket condemnation. And I got 85% of the people to agree, and I'm just dealing with the few that aren't. And the other reason I like this bill is because the way the bill is written, that the holdouts, I would call them, are going to get the benefit of what everybody else has negotiated. The way you've got the compensation language written in here is it's just not the, fair market value of the property taken, even with the Barlow case. The way the bill is written, and I do have some language to propose to maybe help that out a little bit, they get what the other people that have fairly negotiate get in terms of compensation. And if I'm reading this right, they also get some of the protection for liability, reclamation, and some of that other stuff. So in general, I think this is a very good bill. I think that the other bill that tries to create another moratorium, quite frankly, I don't think it'll get through the legislature, and I think the governor will veto it anyway. So I would encourage the committee to send something that you think is going to get signed, that is a fair negotiation or a fair discussion between the energy companies that want to do this. I fully agree with Senator Ide. Without the subsidies, you wouldn't have wind farms and you wouldn't have solar farms. Completely agree with that. But in saying we're never going to allow something with the subsidy to come on, if I've got a ranch and I'm barely making it, and I can get paid for some wind towers to help put my ranch back together, I think that's something you got to think about. And maybe I won't do that for my ranch because I am cranky and came from Dan Budd and we didn't take subsidies for anything. But I don't know that you can say that about your neighbor. And I get all of the arguments about, burdening our kids with the national debt. I get it. And the truth is, if President Trump gets back in there, most of the wind stuff is going to go away. So you're legislators, you've got to look at, how do I protect both and give at least the deal be forced into it because those guys have the power. Yeah. So you're kind of putting your thumb on the scale and help the nation authority. The state's already put its thumb on the scale because holding nation over somebody's head, like Rocky Mountain Power, when they were doing the Wyoming Ready line and saying, if you don't do whatever we want, we're going to condemn you. The state's already put their. And so we've got to have a way for the private citizens to be able to better, I think. I don't do math. That's why I became a lawyer. I think that split is a good way to do that. So that's sort of my opening remarks. And I don't know the proper way to maybe, can I look at the bill with you and at least what the okay. So the one that you guys had over on the table.
Karen, you're in 101. No.
So we same page in the same line. So if page 4, line 15. The bill said all terms and conditions, monetary and otherwise, owners of property. I'm not sure what you mean by and otherwise. If you're talking about like the issue, and it would encourage the committee to consider in there otherwise, because I just simply think about considering compensation, or are you talking about and otherwise considering whatever else would be in the easement? So that I had for you. On subsection this is going to figure out what constitute an economically, legally, and logistically viable project. I would be willing to bet that every single one of you than I would. And appears in front of a judge all the time. I don't know how that I'm going to argue what standard would be an economic, legal, and logistically viable project. Or economic. And I mean, he isn't the only one that gets to deal with Congress. It's got here. If any judges are listening online, don't hold it against me. I just don't. Is because I think that is much more in line with the Barlow versus Green Court case. And I think that it is critical standard for compensation. We work in lots of different states on these easement contract negotiation. It has the best assessment of fair market value than any of the other Western states that either my husband, Frank, negotiate these easements. And you've got the quote holdout landowner that they don't want to participate in collector cross rangeland, but in my case, the going to go or something that makes it different. I would encourage it to you add the language stating quote -26-818 per and 26-818A1 is where the compensation and the 85. So that if I'm a holdout landowner, I'm going to at least what they're getting, and then circumstance considering across, or I'm considering my fee because he may have special facts. Haven't been considered everybody else.
You have a.
All right. If you go to the next lines 1 through 16, that's already normally covered in a private easement. I mean, I think it's fine in legislation, but that's often what we cover when we're writing the price. I'm looking at page 7. This is kind of an aside. Having a ranch that was part of that horrible condemnation thing, which was, I've talked to you guys about that before. Like for somebody to consider is that when you have a company going to the PUC to be able to get a certificate of necessity and convenience, they have to notify all so they have to notify the county. They don't have to notify the landowners where they're going to go. Don't kind of know where to go. I mean, you know, it's going to go like through Laramie. It's got to get to this substation, so you know where and turn and go to Nebraska. I mean, you know that stuff. The eminent domain statute, people apply to the PUC, they have to notify landowners so that the landowners can get their act together and apply for intervention in the PUC. Because the way we barely made it. So that's not part of this, but since I had the microphone, I wanted to say that. That I wanted to point out. A lot of times, at least if I'm a rancher, part of my negotiation going to be a collector line to the end of my property. That I'd say the majority of times we negotiate these deals, you know, putting a connector line or putting in the transmission line, at least to the edge of the property that I own. Section where you describe, I would say that we need to make sure that if I've already negotiated part solar easement, and should here you've worked out an easement, then that state statute, whatever I say in my easement. Now, I understand in the past, you know, before people got and you could have 16 lines, and I mean the old indicated give landowners a chance to negotiate. So time to work on this. I think
Questions. We'll start with
for what you recommended here, Karen. The other thing I would add, some wording for where that part you're talking at the end, that exemption that you would give for people that already negotiated something. Do you have some?
give me a sec. Actually, representatives kind of withdraw my comments. I originally and then I got this new bill and which is dearly it's you can't solve that problem. Wish you could.
Senator Ide.
We may be talking about the other amendments that were suggested by.
All right.
Thank.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Karen, when I look at this and we get up there to the beginning on subsection A and so maybe you can help me out. 118, this is the right of eminent domain. So we go to page. That's the statutory provision, and then subsection A with this. So that language to me says we've now expended the use and the right of eminent domain beyond a public use. This just says if I'm going to it could be somebody that's doing this from commercial to exercise the right of eminent domain. Eminent domain by its is the power of government to take private property for the purpose of the public use. The way this is structured looks to me like we've expanded the right of eminent domain for not necessarily public use. Agree or not agree with that character. This is one of my biggest concerns with this bill. Eminent domain or public uses. Somebody, let's say a mega factory and they want all their energy source from renewables. And that 5,000 acres of solar farm is going directly for this one commercial user. That's not a public. For, it's not. The provisions in this bill allow
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, as you point that out, that was not, I understood the intent of the bill was to deal with going to a general transmission line. If about for a public use, which has been defined in statute and lots of case law.
Well, that's consistent with be my suggestion.
Okay.
Right now, I see a loophole in this.
Okay.
Particularly with, we see public utilities. I'm okay with that language. So that would read subject to this section, any public utility condemned from their necessary, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to make sure we've narrowed this down. Hold that thought.
I have no idea if this is proper or not, but I wanted to ask him, he's all. Sorry, I'm used to federal judges, not, I'm sorry.
It's a little different than what we do, but we can do it. Come on up, Jim.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, if I could. So you don't think there. You have to push it.
So, Mr. Chairman, that doesn't go to the public grid. It could be a single end user. Predisposition from many of these companies to say we're going to sell a potential loophole in that scenario. Commercial. Commercial uses. That's a domain is for public purposes. I think this don't, which in my opinion is inconsistent with the purpose of eminent domain.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and for your recollection, Bill 13, I believe, when we put the moratorium of eminent for collect. I appreciate the comment Senator Hicks has raised. Is that our laws already define when the exists. And that's what we did in 2012. We temporarily spend, so otherwise has the right to exercise the power of eminent domain. And it's not limited to public, to, in the are granted the right of eminent domain. These are the restrictions on the exercise of that right. Go
Utilities from this provision. So we've exempted those out. Public utility. I'm talking about, we've expanded because this. Now we're gonna say. Domain law, 126, 118, this. It granted eminent domain now to these commercial users, the way I. AI generating utilities to go straight to another commercial user. And if that's a wind power farm, I don't think.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. Nothing applies to a public utility. They're exempted from this bill. These our existing laws would have the right of eminent domain.
So. Domain, eminent domain, if you go in there and leave. Taking private property for the purposes of public. And as long as it's a public use, eminent domain to say, look, if you're going to. And it's not going to a public utility, it's fine. You could. Intended consequences, the way this is currently drafted. I understand the intent and I support.
Mike, Larry.
Context of eminent domain is for, again, it doesn't mean public utility, it means for public use. And so consistent with the legal definition of how eminent domain has been interpreted, I think that language is very appropriate to add in there to address that. It can't, and that's going on right now in the state of Wyoming. And so I think that starts to address that. It just clarifies and it gets rid of that potential loophole right there. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest we work the bill and continue to move it on by adopting that, just a couple of words in there, I think addresses my concerns.
Okay. Would you be okay if we go ahead and work the bill, work in some of these changes so that we understand what kind of, these are significant changes, and I would like to vote on it later after we've had a little bit of time to digest what the changes are. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to see, do we have to check if there's any more public comment before we work the bill?
Yeah.
Yeah,
think we need to-
I know.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this would be a question for Anna, maybe for Karen. I mean, by inserting that language, which I'm not opposed to, I just want to know how that interplays with our existing statutory language regarding non-energy collector systems, for example, pipelines, et cetera. Do we have, will we have different standards for those or not? What's that look like? For maybe someone could fill me in on that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Craigo, in 126.815, basically A says any person, association, company, or corporation authorized to do business in the state may appropriate the condemnation, et cetera, for example, electric power transmission, transmission and distribution, all sorts of other things. It says nothing about a public use. So this could potentially change the standard that we've been using. I would have to look at it a little bit more, but 126.815 already kind of lays out the reasons, like the expanded reasons that eminent domain can be used. So we may be creating a new standard here, and that might be something to be a little concerned about.
Yeah, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about, and the bill title is, as it reads, an act relating to eminent domain limiting the exercise of the power of condemnation. This doesn't, I mean, the way I could take it is it doesn't limit it, it expands it. It expands it by have this 85% rule. So do we really have a correct bill title here? I mean, I have a question about that, or maybe it's irrelevant.
Yeah. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think Karen would probably chime in too. Actually, the 85% rule does limit it because right now you don't have to have 85% approval. You can just do it. And so this would limit it and would require you to at least get 85% of the landowners or 85% of the land mass on board before you could exercise eminent domain over the last 15%. Right now, you don't have to have anybody on board.
There are a lot of things that I don't understand about what we're doing here because I'm not that well-versed in eminent domain, but I do believe that the present law we have will not cover things that, well, the Black Hills fiasco, I was somewhat involved with that. Had the governor not come into it and said, you're not getting any state lands until you work with our people, they really didn't want to even come to the table. And I think the intent of the bill is to pressure this negotiation to happen in good faith. And I'd like to see us continue on with it. I'm not sure I want to vote on it today, but anyway, it'll depend on the will of the committee. Is there other public comment? Yes, we've got more. Just come on up. Go ahead and stay there, Karen, and Jim we'll have them come up one at a time. You can share the mic.
Mr. Chairman, Committee, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Some few things on this draft, looking at draft 101. On page 4, the way I read that on lines 14 through 17, that if they had the 85%, they could come back and force me as somebody that negotiated to disclose my terms. I don't like that. I remember when we had this discussion umpteen years ago on the general, one of my members said, I'm a better negotiator. And the terms and conditions, monetary and otherwise for me. Okay, I would have to disclose that they did that for me. That would be part of my negotiation of getting the contract through. But typically, we want to keep these confidential. We don't want to put out there into public what we got for an easement. And so we would appreciate not having to disclose that. I realize that would have to be, in to a court of competent jurisdiction, but, unless there was a way that we disclose it only to the judge and it remains confidential, we don't want it out there for public knowledge, what we got for our easement. That's part of our negotiation ability. And hence the reason that a lot of times when we do, like, when a pipeline came through my family, landowners bonded together. So they did get a large chunk, but as far as having to disclose what we got for our easement, that's a major change and one that I don't appreciate. And on page 5, I had a conversation with Karen on this. I realize on lines 13 through 22, there's a reason that we use what the market value is. Precedence, I guess is the word to use in other court proceedings. That's what they have to give. And maybe this won't work, but you're still looking at, this is for condemnation. So they have to give you market value. If it's farm ground, if it's grazing land, that will be determined by a qualified appraiser, what that land's worth, and then what the change in value is. But is that enough compensation? And I realize this is only the limited cases of condemnation, taking, 4-syllable words Brett has a hard time with. But that's still a taking, it's an involuntary taking, and perhaps it won't work. But it'd be nice if there would be a ratio in there that you have to give at least 2 times what market value is, because it's still a taking that you're going to have to live with. You didn't want to do it. So yeah, you should, in my opinion, you should get more than market value, because it's not just a one-time deal. It's going to be there until they tear it out. So it could be there for generations. And so but as Ms. Budd pointed out to me, there's probably a reason that should age for, having to disclose, even if it's just to the court, we want to keep those negotiations private and confidential. Those are a couple of the issues I have with this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would sit for any questions you may have for me, you or the committee.
Committee questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moline.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay. So we'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure? No one wants to move the bill. Would there be a motion to table this bill till the next meeting. Okay. Been moved and seconded by Colvin and Senator French to table this till the next meeting. We'll make further changes. And well, we'll take into consideration the changes and then we can read it in its new form. I don't see the changes were really significant, but I think it's best to understand them. This has been a difficult bill. I think it's a difficult one for LSO to work on because, well, takes a specialist to understand what a mess we've got with between private and public and eminent domain and all of this. So, been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yes. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, just want to voice my concern about the comments of Karen. Good comments. Thanks for your comments. Learned a lot. See on page 4. I think that needs to be addressed. And if the bill gets redrafted without that, then I don't like the bill at all. So we need to talk about subsidies. If we don't continue to talk about that, we're complicit in the problem. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Huh? Go ahead, Karen.
I probably totally screwed up your procedure and I
You didn't.
apologize.
This is a good time to fix things if we repair understandings anyway. Go ahead, Karen.
Hey, so Senator, let me see if I will get with you. We'll see if we can get some language that sort of satisfies both. I just quite frankly, having been in court a lot, I don't know that you want a court judging these kind of things either. So let's see what we could do. The other question I would have is on line 15 on page 4. That term and otherwise, I think that Mr. Moline made a point about disclosure of the monetary terms, but I do think that you need some direction on what or otherwise means. Because I don't know that anybody knows what that is. And I am willing to continue to try to help draft something that'll work for you guys, and I'll work with Anna if we know what you're talking about there.
Okay, that was the main word I think had you concerned, right? Too. So we can still probably leave section C in to people's satisfaction. All right. Representative Schlegel, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. One comment would be, would something other than otherwise be and other compensation, possibly other than monetary? Would that be something to put in there? I'm just asking a question. I don't know.
Go ahead. Representative Prado.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just in response to that question, when we were talking about this last time, what that was intended to cover was other things, for example, like reclamation, or fencing, or other terms that were agreed upon with the landowners so that the court could essentially adequately assess whether the person who's being condemned is being adequately compensated, because for example, some of these payments can be structured differently. So the dollar amount necessarily isn't always the issue. It's when are they being paid? Are they being paid annually, semi-annually? All the conditions that go in, and Mr. Moline's correct. Everybody negotiates differently and comes up with different terms and conditions for their easement. And so that's what I think that language was intended to cover, was all of the above. Like, what are we talking about here? Not just money, but other things that might be part of the deal 50 years down the road.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table. It is to table this bill and continue to work the bill our next meeting. And that's what we're voting on. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we'll continue to work on it. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate the work. Appreciate the expertise. All right, the next. So I'm just not sure how to deal with this. The other bill, I don't know if we want to get as involved with it. I'm not sure why whether we want to eliminate that altogether. What do you think, Chairman Steinmetz? How do we approach this? Because it's been suggested that it isn't even close to ready for what we need. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, last year we had two ideas, and in the Senate, we were going to work it out which one to advance, but then we had a sticky drawer problem and we didn't get either bill out to the floor. So this bill simply just says only a public utility can use eminent domain in it for wind collector systems or collector systems. Wind and solar basically is what it's talking about. And so it just says it has to be a public utility to do that. And it would take the private companies out of the eminent domain business. So just for the committee's remembrance, that's what it does. We did add some things, but I don't think it's even applicable where it isn't dealing with a private company. I think you could end that bill on page 3, line 5, where the period is, and it'd be that simple bill we had last year. So it's up to the discretion of the committee which bill you want to advance and work. We had the same discussion last year. We advanced both of them, deciding that we would kind of start that in the Senate and make our decision there as to how we wanted to proceed, but we weren't given that opportunity. So this time it's back to the committee.
Okay. So I guess I would say, is there any other public comment on the second bill before we start deciding what we're going to do with it? Okay, go ahead. Representative Schlegel, I don't see any public comments. So
thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess as I look at this bill, I think it does what we want to accomplish is limit the use of eminent domain and through condemnation. And I think I see this as maybe a simpler way to do that process. And so I would say it might be worth our time to take a little closer look at it.
Okay. Yes, Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I guess, an attempt maybe to speed up the discussion about this. Actually, I don't know if it does limit it as much as the other bill. It just changes who is allowed to exercise eminent domain because it does not have the 85% rule in there. So again, you're just back to as long as it's a public utility that's exercising the eminent domain right, they can do it no matter how many people agree or not. And so it's just a different type of limitation. It's not how many people have to agree, it's who gets to bring the action for eminent domain.
Further discussion? So we don't have a motion on the bill or a motion otherwise. Is there a motion on how to deal with the second bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the bill. I think we need a vehicle.
Okay. It has been moved by Senator Hicks, seconded by Schlegel. Any further discussion on it? So this will be a motion to move the bill without any amendments. Go ahead. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I like the idea of relegating eminent domain to private or to public utilities. I think if we did this, we could maybe recraft the other bill to look at a minimum easement standard. If we still wanted to limit the percentages and do that. So that's just another idea and thought for your consideration. We could possibly do both, and I realize it would require some reworking on it because we're repealing a section that we had attached the other bill to. But just some food for thought, so I'll be in favor of moving this forward as well, just so that we can work through it and have all of our tools on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So are you suggesting we move the bill or that we,
It's been moved and seconded.
I
We're
know,
discussing and voting.
all right. Any further discussion? So we need a roll call on this.
Mr. Chairman, this is roll call for 25 LSO 0102 eminent domain energy collector systems amendments for committee sponsorship. Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Hicks. Senator Ide. Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Allemand.
Aye.
Representative Allred.
Aye.
Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Conrad.
Oh, excuse.
Representative Crago.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Aye.
Representative Slagle.
Aye.
Representative Winter.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Steinmetz.
Aye.
Chairman Eklund.
Aye. So it is a unanimous decision. We moved the bill. And I think so we're done with that section. We're going to have a real quick message from our state forester, and then we'll break for lunch. I think we caught up a little at the time. We're still a bit behind, but go ahead, Kelly.
Good afternoon, Kelly Norris, Wyoming State Forester. We have a donated bus given to us from Johnson County School District from 1 to 5. So as quickly as possible, if we could go and have lunch, get changed into field clothes. We'll meet right back here in this parking lot. We'll have the bus here to get everybody loaded. What we're going to do today is we're going to take you out to the house draw fire first. We're going to head out that direction. I will have our Johnson County Fire Warden, Powder River Fire Chief, Johnson County Fire District Fire Chief, and I believe the BLM, local BLM there, as well as I think NRCS. They're on hand to talk about the fire. It's Wyoming's largest wildfire. And then we'll pull you out of there because it's hot and dry and not pleasant. And we'll head up the mountain. We'll pick up the Forest Service at the Forest Service office. We're going to head up to a Good Neighbor Authority timber sale. We're going to go out to a timber sale today. And we're going to take a look and learn about Good Neighbor Authority, learn about what it does, see a sale that was administered by State Forestry on a contract. It's about, well, with the bus, it's going to take about maybe 20 minutes up the mountain. There'll be bathrooms at that site. It's a group site. So there will be bathrooms there, but there will not be at the fire. Outside of that, grab a lunch. We'll have some waters. We'll have some snacks. Any questions?
Questions, committee?
Could we give us a time to be back?
We are going to try and be back by 4:35. So we are going to be out to the fire. If we can get back here between 1 and 1:15, if we can get out of here by 1:15, that'd be excellent. We will have the fire wardens and the fire chiefs meeting us out at the fire at 1:30. And then we'll be coming back around and picking up the Forest Service at 2:30, heading up the mountain. And then we'll be back down, hopefully by 4:30 here. We'll drop you off here.
Oh, all right. Representative Crago. Hi, with the reception tonight. Could you tell us a little about it? I think we have it in our emails. and it's an invitation by your,
Do it after we adjourn for lunch.
okay, all right. So I think we're done. We'll try to get back here as quick as we can, so people eat fast. We'll adjourn till 8:30 tomorrow, and
Okay, well,
Thank you.
sounds great. And this is committee only, so
okay.
we all got to fit on one bus.